Hello there, it's me. It's Scott. Is the music too loud? I can't even tell anymore. It's a little loud for me. I'm gonna turn this a little bit. Hi, I hope everyone is doing well and is safe and is enjoying springtime in a safe way. And what are we doing today? I don't know. Here's the thing. I am gonna have a meeting with the museum tomorrow. By the way, I'm doing a residency. Should probably say that. And we've been working on it a lot on the stream. And so far I'm feeling like we've covered a lot of, we have like a sphere in which the concept is. Like it's not super airtight, but you know, we have like a general domain that we're operating in. And I've been doing all kinds of studies and experiments and research and test algorithms and all these things. But it's been a little all over the place, right? Like it's been a little nuts. I feel like I have a fair amount of breadth, but maybe not enough depth. So tomorrow I am presenting to the museum kind of my current status, and it'll be great, and I'm sure I'll get some very useful feedback. But I think I need to collect my thoughts. It's been 2 weeks since we've done that, since we've like made a list and like done the thing where we go through and we put everything together and outline everything and so on and so on. So I think that's the thing we're gonna do today, is just kind of look at what we've done so far, organize all of it, and maybe get I don't know, a different perspective from looking at everything, because we've been going like really deep on some things and it's been kind of a mess. So also, I chose the name Administrative Acrobat today because I spent all morning doing admin type things like sending emails and making lists and stuff like that. That is not my favorite thing to do. And often when I do that kind of stuff, like admin kind of stuff, I feel like I'm not working, like I'm not getting work done. I'm just kind of like trying to send emails or write or whatever, and it takes so long for me. It takes me a long time, and I get distracted a lot and have to get up a lot, and it's just, I don't know why I'm so bad at it, but I'm kind of bad at it. But I was about to write like some snarky joke, and then this stream is going to be kind of administrative. It's going to be kind of like go through, organize over ideas, high level view, not like pure admin work, but kind of like not, you know, shoulder to the grindstone kind of work. And I was going to write kind of a snarky thing, some joke about how bad I am at administration, but I don't want to do that anymore. I'm going to try not to. I was reading yesterday thinking about, you know, the things that you say about yourself matter. So I'm not going to say bad things about myself and say that I'm bad at admin. I'm just going to say it doesn't come easily to me, but I do it. I do it and I get it done eventually. So, the most important thing to do is pick our wallpaper. We have a Norwegian man fishing. He has a very attractive sweater. I really like that sweater. And it almost looks like his rope is wrapped around the sunshine. But I think this is not the wallpaper that I'm looking for. This is nice. I've been thinking about Norway. I'm thinking about Norway a lot. Should I go to Norway? Should I move to Norway? It's just so cold and dark. The dark gets to me. The cold, I feel like I have more of a tolerance for cold than dark. Like living in the Pacific Northwest for so much of my life, like a pretty good chunk of it. 6 years in Seattle and 3-ish years in Portland. Even though it doesn't especially get cold there, not super cold or super wintry or super snowy, it's so dark all the time. It's so dreary and gray and cloudy. But like living in Chicago and New York, where the winters are a bit more serious, those I did okay. Maybe because I saw the sun sometimes. So anyway, I'm worried about the darkness. I'm worried about the darkness in Norway. Look at all this. It's so nice. Look at this detail. Beautiful. Beautiful wallpaper. Okay, so what do we want to happen? Wait, sorry. Let me switch here for one moment. Do need to check something. And that thing I'm checking is fine. And then I need to go here. Where did I put this stuff? Okay, I'm lost. Momentarily lost. It's gonna be okay. Is it in here? Okay, yeah, this was our last. Our kind of residency check-in. So that was stream number 3. Stream where we're even supposed to be on now. I don't know. I'm gonna remember to switch the camera this time. I'm definitely gonna remember. Videos. So 3 was our check-in. 4 we did some prototypes. 5 symmetry. 6. This is gonna be like stream 7. Okay. Okay, so we everything we said last time. Let's start fresh. So we want we're gonna cover the on-screen look and feel. The fixture design. And I think these are like the 3 big categories we need to talk about. And under each of these we'll have a bunch of other topics, but I think high level this is the stuff we want to cover. So won't get our reference again. Interesting. I actually typed the word interesting. I didn't mean to. Not a real. What was that cool thing? Look at these. What's going on here? Some robot flag dances. What's going on here? Definitely getting distracted already. Okay, so what's happening? Oh, look at that one. Ooh, man. Projection mapped spheres I'm into, but it's hard. Hard. Okay, so we want to first look at back to our residency references. And we'll talk about the Pinterest board. So we got really into diatom art. Can make it like inspiration section. That's not how you spell that. We got a Pinterest board. We're really into diatom art. Now we're into Ernst Haeckel. Am I ever gonna spell it right? Hard to say. It's hard to say. I'm gonna say probably. Haeckel, almost. Very close. So we liked this, and we really liked that Wikipedia or Wikimedia Commons. And that was this the right place? It looks like it. I think so. Okay, we love it. Okay, so that's good. We're fans of Ernst Haeckel. Just making sure the links work. they work. We liked this. Die. Okay. We like the diatom art. And did we have any other? We had some other reference. Oh, okay. I also had some architectural arts tackle. We also have like I don't think I spelled that correctly. Yeah, the dome of Lysergata Familia. Really interesting, like kind of geometric, kind of organic. Pretty into it. Oof, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Killer. I love it. Okay. This is a horrible link. What is all this nonsense? That's all I actually want. Right? But then I do want them to be images. Maybe like images.google.com. Whatever nonsense they're adding to the URL, whatever like tracking nightmare. It's really bumming me out. Can I just stick this somewhere? Can I just like do one of these? Get a less. I don't know why I care so much about what the URL looks like, but no, apparently I can't. Cool Casio camera. Oh, it's so beautiful. Just like just want to like not awful link. Maybe that's too much to ask from Google. Like, what is all this? hurting my feelings. Like, I feel like I want that. What is all this? All right, well, we'll just call that good. Okay, inspiration for on-screen look and feel. We need some that's how we do this. I had some concerns with some prior work that we saw. It's really two universal everything projects. It kind of bummed me out. Cool. Oh my gosh, what is this? Come everything I think of, they've... Good grief, I don't like your site. Can I just see your projects? No? I hack, like, this? I'm not into this. Man, I remember that. That was some time ago. Okay. This thing was one of them. This thing. Anything else to break my heart while we're at it? That was a pretty good one. Minion also good. Man, killing me. Universal everything. It's good work. Like, it's not their fault for doing good work. And having a lot of money to do that work probably helps. But they probably have that money because they did good work. So, the only thing I can like begrudge is the fact that other people in the world doing work also, and like, of course they are. Can't really get upset about that. Okay, union. This probably isn't where we talk about this. exactly where we talk about it, but let's just do some studies. It's me, Scott. So, well, that's dumb. I really hate this. You can't just open a new tab like I want to. Okay, we are study 2. No, I did that 1000% backwards. Just, well, I mean, if something's truly backwards, I guess you can't. It's not 100% or nothing. So we got a study. Number 2. We got study number 3. We got Mambo number 5. We got study number 4. Study 5. At least we made some studies. We got that going. We made a lot of studies apparently. Study 7. Study 9. Okay. We made all these studies. And we made tool tests. On glitch somewhere. What do we call it? Creature creator? It was fine, except we made our friend too small. Somehow we... Where did I do that and why did I do that? So, we made a creature creator. Visual inspiration. Algorithms. Super formula. What's it called? The super formulas, I'll remember it. Okay. Did we use any other obvious algorithms? We did use that kind of spherical harmonics algorithm. I mean, I just don't really know what to call it. Paul Bork. Here. Should we do this? There's probably like... Oh man. I can't look at this stuff, it gets too distracting. Look at that thing. Polyhedra data file. I kind of needed this. Except the file formats are weird. Crosshole, a twisted Fano. Biofolia. Okay. Nanoplanes. Trianguloid trefoil. Trefoil. A nose. Boy. The old Catalan minimal. Those are nice. How do you do this? Okay, well, I'm going to revisit the deforms. But that's not what I'm looking for. All these nice curves we haven't used yet. Did I have missed? Did I miss the super formula somewhere? The super shape. That's you. Spherical harmonic. They're right in front of my face. Okay. So we have the super formula. Super shape. No, that was spherical harmonics. Okay. Super shape. That shape looks cooler than the shapes I was making. Where'd that shape go? Different M and different N. Or two different M's. Interesting. Okay, super shape. Okay, we're making some progress. I need to take a short break. I will be back in just a moment. Please excuse me. That was a long time, I'm sorry. Hello, it's me, I'm back. Okay, so. We did some tool tests. We got some algorithms we like. It's a lot of stuff. Maybe we put the concerns with prior work under the visit interaction instead. Also, let's put dotted lines all over the place, just everywhere. Just cover the place and dotted. They're not even dotted. They're dotted over here. Horizontal rules, we might call them. Okay, user interaction. And then the fixture design. Let's do that at the end. I'm gonna always shuffle this around. How are we doing? 38 minutes, maybe we'll work. I started working on something last night that was pretty cool and pretty weird, but I don't exactly know what to do with it. So maybe I'll switch to that midstream. Okay, this is fixture design. Yeah, okay, on-screen look and feel, fixture design, no. Fixture design is the name of this category. Falling apart over here. Okay, fixture design. I did it again. Studies. Getting my markdown all tangled up. So we have another Pinterest board for this somewhere. Not here. Here. Pinterest. And down here we have initial drawings. That was another study. Oh no, did I blew it? You, no, you? Can I? Great. Huh? What's this called? Study 008. Okay. What I forget? Mm-hmm. Kind of all I can think of for now. How does this work? Identical perimeter link. I see. Folds may be introduced only if necessary. The two ellipses, an ellipse and a circle and a curved diamond. Deforms seem cool. Two rounded squares. I really like the ripply one. Yeah, this. I wonder if it considers this a fold, or if it thinks a fold is like a sharp thing. Plexagon. This plexagon is at the swimming pool for some reason. Like, I'm kind of interested in it in terms of really not even the bottom, like kind of only one side of it. And like, if that was our creature, we could have some dimension. I don't know. I'm kind of into the deforms. I don't exactly know what to do with them. Okay. I feel like this isn't a good place. I'll probably tune it later today, but at least will let me talk tomorrow, go through the meeting, and then tomorrow I'll do like the actual residency stream or check in on everything, talk about what went on in the meeting, and talk about some exercises that friends at home can do to maybe help me out. Because I found this site. So my friend Kate has some 8th grade art students, and the idea is that we'll talk about all this tomorrow, but just to look at it because it's kind of cool. myoats.com. I hope that's the right address. Yes. Okay. It's just a symmetrical, I messed around with making a quick, goofy, not very good symmetrical drawing tool last week. And this one is actually much more thought out and better executed. So if you wanted to My plan is to do some kind of exercise with young ones. To maybe try to draw some creatures and just see if we can't get inspired by some creature drawing approaches. Let's creep a creature. But we'll do all that tomorrow. So what else do we want to do today? We're only 47 minutes in. Let's look at this thing I started last night. So I think I mentioned this on stream, but we did that last kind of starfishy aquatic study. I feel like going back and looking over that video a little bit, which is 8.5 hours long, which is insane. I did not watch the whole thing, but just going back and looking through it a little bit, I realized that it looked better at a certain point in the video, like a few hours in, and then I spent a million hours messing it up. So I don't really know what to do about that. One, it makes me think that it's not like I have to only get one study out of something that I'm doing. Like, there's no reason I couldn't have early on, before I ruined everything, kicked out a bunch of images and had an image series as a study, as opposed to what I did do, which was way too long and mess it all up. Okay, so, but what I was doing for that, let's go look at it again, and then we'll come to this thing. So that was extrusion. So the whole idea with this thing was, it's kind of okay. The whole idea with this thing was we would generate this geometry, and we would generate this geometry algorithmically by kind of building a disk and then subdividing that disk and then undulating the radius and the height along the radius. And we had a way where we could just randomize and build a million of these, and the random number generator was not really in my favor. When was this? It was on Saturday. I did it on Saturday. But it's kind of neat, and I think there's something to it. How did I do this? I don't remember how I chose. I think I did this for interpolation. Sometimes I don't know why I do things. In fact, I don't want any of these. Because in reality, we may not actually want all of this. Good grief. Auto? Oh, that wasn't very good. Both tangents free. Nope, both tangents. Weighted. And you will be weighted. I just want like a sharp. It's kind of weird that it does that. You know, something like this. Seems like it didn't work. Am I actually using curve B? That'd be a shame. Am I like halfway between curves? Okay. Apparently curve B is what we listen to. Oh shoot, but I hit the random button. Okay, one more time. Delete all these. Okay. And then the idea, kind of, is, do we want this? Or we can pull it way out here. Something like that. So then you end up with a... So this would be sort of the very basic idea. We'd basically be flat on top, and then we'd curve over the edges. And there's a lot of problems with this approach. This has too many subdivisions, kind of on both axes. But if we have too few subdivisions, oh, that was a bad number. Ooh. Okay, I'm kind of surprised I didn't crash the computer. And we kind of have too many subdivisions this way. But the subdivisions, we end up with all this density where we're relatively flat, and out here where we actually want that resolution, it's not great. So that's a problem with this approach. But generally speaking, just as a way to get to go from a flat object, which is like our cartoon illustrations, to go from a flat object to a not so flat object. This looks really funny without the post-processing. This feels pretty promising. There's one major problem is that you have to build the mesh every frame if you want to interpolate, which is not good. We could come out. Okay, that's the thing to talk about, is we have to build this mesh, and if we want to animate it over time, like changing the amplitude, which kind of gives it little arms, and especially if we want to change the frequency. Oh, that one's even more complicated, unfortunately. But you have to continually be rebuilding the mesh, which is not ideal. So one thought would be to just build the disk as we built it, and then do all of the deformation on the GPU, which is not a terrible idea. Definitely get some weirdo stuff over here. Some of that shadow artifacts, I think, but some of it's a stretchy texture because of the angle we're looking at it, which doesn't actually seem too bad in the top-down view. But I guess it makes the texture look super flat because it is super flat. We're not deforming it like we really should be. Anyway, so there's this idea, and there's the idea that we could really optimize this by building the mesh and then sending it to the GPU. But then I started thinking about that, and I was like, well, I mean, the mesh is sort of, we're sending this very base mesh that we make. That's a disk of concentric circles. And then we're doing all the work to move it around on the GPU. So then I was thinking, well, could we find a way to do this all on the GPU without even dealing with a mesh at all, and just kind of render it as an image effect and still get what appeared to be fall off and lighting, going roundedness, that kind of thing. And I started thinking about that, and I started thinking about maybe a way to generate normals to look like there was dimension to something when it was actually flat, and to do it in such a way that lighting would respond to it, which is the whole point of normal maps. I mean, this happens all the time, of course. This is why video games look good, because of normal maps that look something like this. This would make, this normal map would make a ripply thing. But what if I algorithmically generated these normal maps? Right? Like, what if I didn't do those in real time, and what if I generated them in real time instead of sending a mesh and then deforming the mesh, or doing everything CPU side like I currently am, which is very silly. So I started building that, and it kind of works. It's not bad. That's the wrong window. This is also the wrong window. This is the right window. So I started building a shader graph that does all of the work. It does all of that work, but it does it without any geometry. And so I can change things like the radial frequency, and I can sort of change the number of ripples. And it kind of works. It's not perfect, certainly, but it kind of does the job. And there would be certainly things to figure out to make it better, but it feels promising, I guess I would say. there's definitely some issues with it, with where does the light point and things like that. So one thing I want to do, let's just try the following. Let's not animate these ripples. So I basically want the ripples to be static. And this is going to be a little confusing. I gotta think about this for a second. Because then what I also want to do, and actually, why is the 0? Maybe I'm lerping between the wrong two things. I am. I actually want to lerp between forward and... So the way this works is mildly insane. It's fairly cool and it kind of works, but it is crazy. I plugged that into the wrong place. That's the time. This should plug into A. Yeah. Okay, so the way this works is the way normal maps work is it's encoded into a texture, but it's a vector. So in the RGB texture is an XYZ sort of Euler angle representation of where we're pointing. So if I had a flat piece of paper, the normal is probably straight up, right? And so when light hits it, it's going to react that way. If I put a normal map on it, the light's going to act differently because the normal is going to tell it like, oh, that the light should actually bounce this way or this way. And so the way this works is I have that straight up normal coming off of so this piece of paper, the canvas we're drawing on, at the center point, I have a normal that's pointing straight out. And that's just like the world normal of the thing. That's just the normal of the quad that all this is on. I also have a normal that points towards the center of it and a normal that points out towards the edge. And by kind of oscillating between those two, in and out, based on a sine wave, it gives the impression that there are actually ripples, but it's in a thing that's flat. So that's pretty cool, and it's pretty weird, and it's pretty crazy. So I'm going to mask this first. And I did all this in a pretty nuts way, but somewhere I have a radius. So this is the radius. And at first it should just be a circle. Then I mess with the radius, and this is where I mess with the radius and give it ripples. But before I do that, I think I want to take this radius and go through a step function and make this 0.5. That does not look like I would have expected it to. Why does that look so wrong? Okay, let me unripple the ripple frequency. Let's set it to 0 for the moment. Wait, that was not. I want the radial frequency 0 for the moment. Or this should just be a circle, and I should just get a circle here. And I do, but it's like blown up a little bit. So why would that be true? I guess because I'm multiplying it here. Because if I just view the radius, yeah, it's just a circle. So somehow in here, I'm accidentally blowing it up. Even though I'm multiplying it by 0 and taking the sine of 0 and then remapping that from 0 to 1, which should be 0.5. I don't know how it could ever be bigger. That doesn't actually make any sense to me. Oh, is that an add? Is it an add? No, it's a multiply. Well, that's weird. Okay, but for the moment, let's take this and let's invert it. That doesn't look very inverted. That's inverted. And let's use this as an alpha channel. Somewhere? So we can just, we're just gonna like cut it out, is the idea. And I probably need to tell this to be transparent, alpha blended. Okay, so I can cut it out. Yeah, that's funny. It's just getting blown up a little. I mean, I'm glad. It means the ripples are working, but something about my formula blows it up a little bit. Which it should not. It shouldn't do that. Because I'm mapping -1 to 1. So if I get the angle and I multiply it times radial frequency, which is 0 here, and then I get the sine of that. The sine should always be a value between -1 and 1. And then I'm going to remap that between 0.8 and 1. And then I'm going to multiply the radius times that. So if I'm multiplying the radius times 1, it shouldn't change. And if I'm multiplying it times 0.8, it should be smaller, not bigger. Somehow that's inverted. And I don't know why. Well, that's weird. Anyway, we get a not terrible edge on this. It could be better. There's no aliasing necessarily, but we could actually add that without too much trouble. We could use a smooth step in here. And it'll be a little weird, but I think it'll be okay. We'll say 0.5, but instead of 0.5, we'll do like 0.49 and 0.51. So there's like a tiny bit of softness. And we'll invert that. And then it should end up with like, yeah, a little bit of softness on the edge. In fact, it kind of feels like too much, right? So this could probably be 0.495. And this could be 505. A little better, but still. We want just a touch of softness. That's actually really good. That's nice. Okay, so the way we have this, so if we change this frequency, and also I should say, I don't understand how these numbers work. They're not making a lot of sense to me. That goes in, so that goes out. So would it be 4? 4 looks about right. So 4 kind of looks like just a rounded over thing. And then if we go to 8, that gives us 1 ripple. So we go down 1 valley and then up. And then if we go 12, we go up, down, up. And then we hit a valley again. Kind of weird. It's a little hard to know what's going on. Let's color based on what? We color based on the normals, of course, but I kind of want to color based on the fake Z depth. But that's a weird one because we don't really have a Z depth. We're lerping between the away and the towards by this value. I don't know what this add was for. What was I doing here? So we get a sine wave. That's just kind of Yeah, the ripple frequency. Well, we could also lerp between two colors with that same value, I guess. So this would be the same. This would almost be how we would sort of fake some ambient occlusion. We'll do the same lerp with, well, let's try red and green first. This will look insane, but because we don't even have any albedo at this point. That's this channel. Yeah, so red is my valleys right now. And my peaks? Which is weird, kind of counterintuitive. Is that true? That my peaks and my valleys are both red? Like, I want to look at this on the side to get a better feel for it, but I can't because there is no side. That's the insane illusion here. I guess we could Did we? I don't think so. Okay, wait, let me think for a second about what I'm about to say. Because I don't think... It almost feels like... Let's look at this shader. Like if you could do displacement in a fragment shader somehow, but that's not... Like, this wouldn't actually do anything. Because I can only play with the vertex position, and there's only 4 vertices, right? Like, I can't displace this. Yeah, the vertex position wouldn't be, no. I was just trying to think if there's some... I could do it with a crazy dense mesh. Like truly displace this, but that would be counter to the thing I'm actually trying to accomplish here with sort of our fake displacement. Sorry, give me one moment. Actually, it should be halfway between. Should be the... The halfway point is the peak and the valley. It's that point that's 50% red, 50% blue. And then as things trend downwards, seems like green comes in a little earlier than I would expect. But I guess that's normal. Like that's just the boundary of that fade. Because if we just made this black and white, it's basically going to be 50% gray at the peak and the valley. Well, that was black and black, so that was not a useful example. Yeah, 50% gray at the peak. So that's funny. You don't really know. Like, just based on that lerp, you don't really know if you're in a peak or you're in a valley. So the idea of some ambient occlusion, like gathering in the valley, doesn't really work because you don't actually know what's going on. I'm trying to get C Shelley again. So the main thing about this that isn't great, among many, it's got problems for sure. One problem is I just don't understand what some of the numbers mean. This gives us some dimension, but it falls off a little too smoothly. So one thing is we could come up with a different way to get that fall off rather than a sine wave. We need a way to get some kind of curve in here, which a gradient would be one way. So that if I expose that gradient, I can't expose a gradient? Really? Well, that seems lame. Okay, well, let's not expose a gradient. So, for example, if I said, that at the start we're 50% gray, but at the end we've trended fully towards pointing away, but we only do that towards the very end here. And that if I used that for the lerp, so we'd need a sample gradient. And we'd need our radius and all of our numbers. I don't even understand anymore. We did our radius and we did a bunch of stuff to it. I think I just want the radius. But now I'm confused about like where, because it's not just the radius, it's the radius after we've done like ripples. But that's the ripple frequency, so we don't actually care about that. I think we just want because we know about the radial frequency by the time we get here. So let's sample this based on time, or as our time. And then let's use this as time. And it should be, in this case, mostly green, and then turn red at the edge, or the other way around, one or the other. Are we not getting there for some reason? Or do I actually need to do some of this stuff? Okay, with radial 2, which this actually makes sense because I'm turning the radius into a diameter. So that's not bad. That means like we can be flat and then we can have a slow fall off at the edges. That looks pretty nice. So we could do the same thing here. And then our normals would do that. And so even if I got rid of the coloration, the light should look like it hits in that way. Yeah. Yeah. That's a pretty smooth fall off. So part of the question becomes like, is this worth all this trouble? And I don't actually know the answer. I mean, it's a nice way to get it's a nice way to get this rounded thing. I think it's lighter weight than trying to mess with the, I don't know, it's hard to say. If this like shader is heavier than it would be to mess with the mesh every frame, I think it probably is. We have some semi-heavy calculations in here. We got a lot of sine and cosine per pixel, but still gonna say it's fast, is my assumption. Like, should be kind of stupidly fast. 1800 frames per second. Could be better. We also have stuff in the shader that we're not actually using. I guess I'm not even using the ripple frequency right now. So, and this is the thing that should be responsive to light moving. It should also be a thing that's responsible to a camera moving. We need to kind of orbit it. Does it look 3D? Maybe. Okay, come on. Okay, I should put back, what, this as the time? And then go back to, I think there is a problem with my normals. I think what's going on here? I just think there's something wrong with my normals with the way the light is working. Like, it's functioning. But the direction seems off somehow. Because it's like at 45 degrees, it looks like I'm fully pointed at it. Rather than say backwards? I don't know exactly what the problem is. Right? Like I'm shining down, but light's hitting the bottom and not the top. Just feels... I think, like, in principle it's working, but I think there is just some very wrong... I'm just wrong about how I'm calculating the normal somehow. Because this is hitting kind of from the... Yeah, it's pretty weird. How's this hitting? Like hitting from over here? So this is sort of a little shadow that's hitting this outside piece. So that's not actually the outside rim. Those are so hard to tell what's going on. Maybe kind of there, 24 maybe. And then the camera orbit. Kind of looks right, but also kind of doesn't look right. It's like across the axes somehow. I'm wrong, which certainly seems very possible. Also, it'd be interesting to see if we could just billboard it towards the camera. Because then you wouldn't even have to move. Yeah. You just... If this was billboarding, as you looked around it, it would, in theory, work. Where is the light? Here it looks like it's hitting the outside rim of this, unless this is inset. It's like it's a weird optical illusion where half of it is sort of like, oh yeah, it's out and then in, but on the other side it's actually like this is going down, but on the other side it looks like it's going up. I may have miscalculated the normals in such a way that I have created a maddening optical illusion that is just gonna drive me crazy. I mean, actually, that might make life easier. If there are only 4. I mean, it's like I hit this rim, and then there's a little rim here, and then it's a divot in the middle. But I thought I always wanted... I thought I made it so the middle always poked up. But it kind of looks like there's a divot in the middle. Right? Like... Is there a way to see this where that's not true? I think there's a divot in the middle. So maybe my order of these two, the order that I have these two could be backwards. Any better? Now does it look like the middle's poking up? Yes? And then it scoops around the edge. And now it goes up and down and up and down. I still think the direction's kind of wrong. More than kinda. I think the direction's just wrong. Like, with this set to 2, okay, it looks like it sticks up, right? It looks like there's... This is the thing that pokes up. Oof, it's really confusing. Is it because it makes it seem like it gets continually deeper instead of up, down, up, down, up, down? No, it kind of looks like that, but I think it's properly rippled. Wrong one. Okay, this is backwards though, because if that was, the middle looks like a peak until I start to look around it, and then suddenly it's not a peak anymore. So it could mean that I actually need a, wait, well I had a slight rotation. Is that what it was? Okay, maybe that's all it was. The middle, does the middle look like it's sticking up? I think it does. I think somehow my world normal is all wrong. I'm not even using my world normal, actually. Maybe that's my problem, is that my up is actually straight down. That could be it. That would kind of make sense, because that would be if z was 0. Well, that's a slightly tricky one. What if z was 90? If z was 180, I'd be pointing straight up. So somewhere I made a formula, a custom function that tries to calculate that, and I think I said z was 0. Okay, so let's try pi divided by 2. And now the camera's, I mean, this is just because the light's pointing a crazy way. I'm very confused. Now I just can't find anywhere to make the light hit it. Oh, because z, those numbers should be opposite. Ugh, this is a little mind-bending. So, let's try pi and negative pi. I don't think it's right, but yeah, we're doing great. How is this even possible, this thing that I've gotten? So, one of them is almost correct, and one of them is completely wrong. But which one is which? Gosh, what would that mean to be pointed? Is there no rotation here? I don't think that's right. On a 2D surface, for pi, maybe I just need to add these to the world normal. That seems possible. Doesn't sound right, really. But maybe. Let's just try it. I think that might just be a silly thing to do. Why can't you be called world normal? Okay, and then where are you, world normal? I feel like we did a bunch of stuff to try to get a world normal. Is that this down here? I don't think that actually helped. No. That's so. Yes, this is what the problem is, but no, this is not how to solve it. Like this would be like if the tile was facing down and the camera was looking up at it, which would be one easy way to do this, I guess. We could also rotate these probably somehow. But I'm going to ignore this problem for the moment because it's not that important. For now, we can just put the light in a crazy place and it's okay. And we kind of know a cheap workaround for it. What happens to my radius if I do this, by the way? Just out of curiosity. I'll just move it over. Not exciting. Let's imagine for a minute that would recenter it. Okay, so we have kind of a cool thing here, but what do we do with it? Well, we have kind of like an orange juicer. You can give it so many ripples, but they're so uniform that it's so weird. I don't really understand why it's multiples of 4. Something about the way the sine wave works. Multiples of 2 would kind of make sense to me, but multiples of 4, I don't exactly understand. Maybe the way we're remapping it. Yeah, maybe because it ends up being like crest, midpoint, trough, midpoint. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe that's why. Okay, what do we want to do with this thing? I don't actually know. I kind of want to try to put a texture on it, but I feel like that's not going to work. I feel like that's going to be a problem. I mean, the UVs are fine. It's just that they're not going to distort at all. They're not going to be distorted. I guess we could try to use this crazy thing we made as a displacement map. That's probably the thing you have to do. So, texture, we want to sample a texture 2D, like so. And we want to throw it out here. We want to make sure it's exposed. And then we want to use our UV texture. Okay. So this is like undistorted texture. What we need to do is give our distorted this would be 6, right? Because 2 and then I don't even know. So we want to use this as our UV. How? Do what? This just doesn't... Okay, I'm going to try a thing that just is wrong. But let's just try it. Okay, because what's the first thing we did once when we started with a UV texture? The very first thing we did was subtract 0.5. Excuse me, subtract 0.5. So let's try to add 0.5 at the end. Before we go in here. But there's something missing. This isn't right. Because this is just one channel. Right, we have an angle and rotation. So do we need to go Cartesian back to polar? Because this is all about angle. Oh, that's not exactly true. The away vector that we calculate. We get an x and y. Here's where we get... Oof, what a weird thing. I'm trying to like think of actually what I actually want to do here. I have a way to go to polar, but not the other way. In fact, why did I write that if I already had it? Okay, so I have angle so we really need a vector 2. This still doesn't feel quite right, but let's just try it. And we need a multiply for each of these. And in both cases, this will be times a radius, which our radius is here. So that's our radius. And then we need the angle, and we need the cosine of the angle. This is heavy. This shader's getting heavy. Heavier by the minute. And we need the sine of the angle. And then that's what we'll multiply times the radius. Yeah, so we're messing with the angle. And we are... Where do we mess with the angle? That's how we get the radius. The ripple frequency. Like, how do I get the radial frequency? So whoever does the radial frequency is us messing with the angle. Is it here? Is this the angle? I thought that was the radius. Man, this would be so much easier in code right now. Because then it would be able to, it'd be easier to be like, yeah, this is the variable that does that thing. But when I have this big graph, it's kind of hard to remember, like, what part of this graph did what specific thing? Like, angle, I take over here and I mess with it and I remap it. So is this my angle? Kind of don't think it is, but let's just plug it in and see. That, like, almost looks right. It almost looks like a thing you want to do. It's definitely wrong, but you look at it and you're like, there's something. We did something here. Okay, I'm just thinking about this wrong, because we want to displace, but we want to displace radially, which is a weird one. I don't know if I'm mentally up for this, to doing the shader graph. Maybe we like write it. Sometimes it's easier to write the shader and then port that to shader graph. But look at this. This graph is not looking so great. Because what we would want to say is kind of don't do anything. The radial part is what is confusing me. Because you'd kind of want to convert to radial, and then you'd want to mess with the radius. Or you'd want to convert to polar coordinates. Then you'd want to mess with the radius. And then you would want to convert back to Cartesian. Right? Like that's That's the basics of what we want to do. So what if I just... That means that if I took these and I took the this guy and I just took radius from these, and I took radius from you, it doesn't seem like the radius that's wrong. It seems like the angle is what's messed up. But if I just kept angle as it was, wait, that was wrong. That's not radius, that's supposed to be angle. Here's angle and angle. Okay, that's like, looks a little more like a thing you would want. But I think I'm only messing with one thing at this point. I'm not, yeah, this is a tricky one. Tricky. Like we're not accounting for this, which should be messing with our radius. And we're not really accounting for this. Okay, so the radius, which is what we're multiplying by, I thought was this. And that's what I put into the multiply for the radius, but we actually need to be after the ripple frequency. So it'd be more like this. And this. You're killing me. You're killing me. Get out of my way. Why do you insist on being right on top of the thing I'm trying to do? Okay. That looks like very slightly more like a thing. The scale seems very wrong, but at least it looks like we have contours. That makes sense. And this actually looks weird, but maybe right. So what did we do after we took this multiply the radial frequency? Previously we were adding 0 and we were doing this sine wave thing. And this is what we were using. So what if we use this for the radius? That looks just spectacularly wrong. So I think it's the thing before we do all the sine wave nonsense. Which is this. But somehow we got way scaled up, so I think we want a we want to take this radius way down. So that's not bad. That feels kind of right. It feels kind of right. It doesn't feel perfectly right, but it feels kind of right. And maybe that's good enough. So if we had like... What I want to really do is get some this really be? 0.2? No. 0.05? Okay. What I really want to do is use this to modify the normal map. Sample the normal map with this, and then we can like use our weird skin texture on top of our other normals. So I feel like we're actually pretty close to that. If we sample this as a normal map, and then we would want to not put it in albedo, but we'd want to have a normal blend. With you and you. And then that goes into normal. I screwed up. I deleted something I didn't mean to delete. In my alpha. Oh, come on. Okay, it was alpha. Got it. All right, so now we have this. We have that other normal. Let's try to blend them. This is a weird thing to try to do, but it almost feels like it's sort of kind of working. And this is our normal map, our generative normal map. And we're just going to blend it with the texture normal map. This might not really be the way to do this. Is it because our normal map, like this normal map? This is hard. This is a hard one. Because that normal map is like facing I just want to like add it. Problem is the lighting of these two things. Look, they're like operating in different. What if I pretend it's not? Okay. So by sampling as a normal map, it was accounting for angle, seemingly. I don't exactly, maybe, I don't exactly know. But this seems more like the thing that I want. So I really want to multiply my thing times this thing to just sort of darken, to get the darker pieces. And I probably want maybe less strength on my thing. Maybe I want more strength on my thing. I don't really want the specularity. So it's not exactly right because you can see as it moves, you see the texture. I mean, it's not right at all. Not exactly right makes it sound like it's almost right. This seems right. Like the texture is scaling properly as we add more ripples. So that feels okay. But the our radial, the way it swims over the top, seems very not correct. Like, you'd expect that density to increase. That means our angle is wrong. The angle we're using. What's I really want? I do want this tiled a little more, but now I forgot where I put that. Okay. Yeah, I think I have a lot of problems. I think I have a whole lot of problems. I think I want RGB. So a flat normal map is supposed to be 0.5 everything. We're like halfway between. It ends up being like a purpley color. That's actually what we want. We want to be like 0.5 everything. But we're currently not. We're pointing down, and it's because of that Z. Pretty sure. But also our angle is broken. So angle is what's going in here. So this is the angle. But then I'm multiplying it times this. So is this the angle I should actually be using? Or is this going to be extra super broken? Starting to look extra super broken. Yes. Is this what I want to use for angle? After I've multiplied it. Okay, that feels a little more correct. Maybe. If I want that, but I don't know if I want that. Maybe that looks terrible. So radio frequency 1 is like reasonable mapping, but then when I do this, it's just going to get denser and denser and squishier and squishier. And that means it's going to animate well, but it'll get so dense. This is a really hard problem. I mean, also, I'll never do this. I can't, because just doing that is broken. So I don't want that. I think I do just want my angle. And then I can adjust it if I want to, but... Because if we animate that frequency, we have to come up with a better way to do it anyway. I have ideas on how to do that. I don't know if they're the right idea. But this means we always look reasonable once we land somewhere. We haven't added any amplitude control for how far our little star friends can stick out. Wait, why is my camera orbiter not working anymore? It probably doesn't help that I have an orthographic camera. Oh, my lighting is no longer changing. These are hard problems. I don't know if I want to pursue this technique because it's pretty... I mean, I could write the shader. Okay, hand code the shader. It's just annoying to do lighting then. But I could do that as a separate texture to render the normal map that got passed to a lit shader. I mean, in general, like, it's kind of impressive what we've done here. Just in terms of being, like, we've distorted that, we've created a normal texture, we've created a distortion for the other texture that seems not unreasonable. That's kind of cool. Some weird doughy thing. And we certainly have problems to solve in terms of the lighting if we go this route, but I just can't really say if I feel like this is better than... What is going on, Wash? How's it going? This technique is cool. I'm comfortable saying that this is a cool technique. I mean, I don't know that I'm not doing anything cool with it yet, but like this idea of creating the illusion of three-dimensional objects all in shader code, I think is cool. I don't know quite how to use it in a way that wouldn't be a huge pain. We have quite a bit to figure out in terms of we'd have a lot to figure out in terms of fixing all the normal problems, normals, like normal angle problems, because there's some discrepancies between where the lighting thinks the object is and where the object thinks the object is. That's one thing to fix. There are discrepancies between, I think, our normal map texture that we just put on and where lighting thinks lighting is. I wonder if those problems would be solved if I just pointed the object down. Like if this really was sampled as normals. That looks insane. And we just rotated this quad so it was facing down, because I think that it thinks it's facing down. I think just the way I wrote everything thinks the same. Wrong. Wait, did I do that wrong? Oh my gosh, everything's topsy-turvy. Falling apart here. You, my friend, should think you are facing down, not up. Negative 90. And the camera, this is ridiculous, should think that it is below you and looking up. And then the directional light should point up at you. And then now, does everybody think that everybody is real? It doesn't look like it. It looks like the normals that are hitting the texture are doing something different than the normals that are hitting our object. So let's, for the moment, pretend that's not a normal map. Am I wrong? I thought we could point straight up and be happy here. But that seems to not be true. Like if you were negative 90, it looks like there's still some directionality to this light. What have I done? Well, it's real weird because I think it's actually like some radial problem where part of it seems to be lit from one side and part of it seems to be lit from the other side. Probably, yeah. So yeah, the idea is that I'm just in a shader pretending to make something 3D, and the lights can move across it, and the camera can look around it a little bit, but it's hard. So it moves like this, and it looks like a thing with dimension. But the way the light hits it does not seem right to me. Even if I had just the 2 ripples. Yeah, so weird. Like, I would say there's directionality to that light. It's something about how I'm calculating the away and toward vectors. It has to be. Because if I can like cheat it and be 45 degrees, what was that? Something like 45 degrees off. Weirdly, it was more like 60. Negative 60. It's more like where it's those it's those vectors. You can backseat. It's fine. I'm approving all your swear words. It's okay. So like I'm applying another normal map, but the one that I'm just creating is here. In fact, let's unstrengthen it. This is the normal map, so I'm creating the normal map, and the alpha mask is all created in the shader. And there definitely looks like there's directionality to this light. Because if I made a normal map from this, and I just rendered out that normal map, and put it on something, which is what I sort of did here, I think my normals are just busted. Because I definitely calculated them in a 2D way. And it's funny because where's the actual default is not on one of the axes. It's like halfway between one of the axes. So it really would be between. That's a weird one. I mean, I don't even know if we want to get all Ripley with this. Maybe the whole point of this is the idea is to take one of our 2D friends, one of our little 2D characters. One of these guys, generate the geometry, and then give that geometry some depth, because I'm thinking of showing these on 3D screens, and it would be silly to show these 2D characters on 3D screens unless it had a bunch of 2.5D, which might be enough. It might be interesting. As a whole, that's definitely another option here, is that these characters are like kind of 2.5D characters that you see on a 3D screen. I don't think that's going to work very well because of the fidelity of the screens. I think it would be better if they had some appearance of depth to them. So right now our options are do this crazy thing where I'm trying to do it all in a shader, which I don't feel like we're too terribly far from. It's just the texturing is a pain. That feels like the biggest sticking point right now. And there's some, like the normal directionality stuff feels like a solvable problem. So it's either do it in the shadery way that I've been working on today, or do it in the other thing, the extruded geometry way. The extruded geometry way is easier in some ways. It's just easier to wrap my mind around, because it's like, oh, you're just geometry. It's actual geometry. You make the geometry, and you make the geometry look how you want. And so you don't have to worry about this insanity of what I'm doing with the normal map generation. Even though I think it's cool, and I really like the idea of procedural normal maps, it may be harder than is necessary. Also means really high resolution though, because yeah, that's another really attractive part of it. Because this, you have to have a pretty insanely dense mesh to be able to deform like this without getting real jaggedy edges. I mean, it's not obscenely high. What's cheap? The way I'm doing this is not cheap. I'm completely rebuilding this mesh every frame and sending a new mesh to the GPU. So it's a little nuts. Now there is a way in the middle though, where I can build the mesh with no deformations at all, and it's just a static mesh. It gets into the GPU. Then it doesn't matter, kind of. Oh yeah, the normal maps. Well, yes, normal maps, yes, are cheaper for sure, except that procedurally generating them takes a ton of math, and so it's a kind of a slow shader. So static normal maps for sure. My weird procedural normal maps, I don't know. But there is an in-between idea, which is just generate a high-res disk, basically. How do I do this? I don't remember how this thing works. Who made this thing? Like, build a mesh that's almost like this, but it doesn't even have any ripples. So it's this. We send this mesh to the GPU. How's this mesh? That's weird. Can frequency, does this work? Okay, yeah. Just a mesh that's a bunch of rings. As easy as can be. You make a mesh that's a bunch of rings like this, and then on the GPU, you do all the deformations. And the problem then is you're altering the normals like crazy. Not the normal map, but the geometry, the vertex normals. And if you mess with those in the GPU, it's not going to look right. So the in-between stage is you send all this. The in-between stage is you send all this geometry to the GPU, and you encode a bunch of data in a texture that says what to do to it, and then you just update the texture every frame. I've done stuff like that before. It's kind of annoying. But also, I may not want these crazy deformations. Like, all these crazy deformations I'm doing, maybe I never really want to do those. They're kind of cool, but I don't know really how to resolve that with the aesthetic, with our cartoon friend aesthetic, really. I mean, the thing that's sort of in my mind is that all these objects have kind of a claymation feel to them. So those characters end up looking something a little more like this. Which that's tough, because you want ambient occlusion and stuff like that, but you don't get it. And there's no real-time ambient occlusion, as we seemingly discovered in the current Universal Window Pipeline post-processing stack. Something like that. Well, part of what makes this work is the AO, like the ambient occlusion kind of in the nooks and crannies, helps it from seeming too flat. I don't know. I kind of think I need to table it until I have this meeting tomorrow and hopefully have a little more clarity on how to make these things. Yeah, the bouncy light, I could use environment maps, maybe, or environmental reflection maps. I think that helps too. Sometimes they are, well, it depends, I guess, on what the material is. Sometimes it's very specular, but sometimes it's pretty matte. That still has some specularity to it. But that's not, this almost looks like REM lighting. Actually, REM lighting, and REM lighting is, would be a really easy shader effect. Normally, with real geometry, with this insane setup, I don't know. I don't know. And like the of course, like the GI kind of lighting helps it too. Look at this guy. This is Plastilina. Hello, Plastilina. So I could kind of see our friends looking like this. There's also the idea that these... So another option, I mean, I'm like having analysis paralysis here, but there's just too many ways to do this. Another option is that none of this stuff is procedural. And that it's really just like geometry authored in Maya with a bunch of blend shapes that let you play with the blend shapes. Because realistically, I don't need like a trillion options. It's more about a few parts with some kind, like some subset of parts with some subset of parametric options for those parts. And just putting the pieces together. I think it's cooler if you see them morph and transition, but the blend shapes could do that. I don't know, Wash, what am I gonna do? I don't even know, I just don't know. Some part of me is like, I just like those 2D characters and they're good enough. That's what some part of me says. But some other part of me is like, nah, you need to make them. You need to make them 3D. Well, non-procedural would save me development time. But if I want a huge library of assets, if I built really good procedural tools, then I can have infinite assets out of it. Otherwise, I have to build that library myself. It's tricky. It's a tricky one. Maybe what I actually need to do, this is probably what I actually need to do, is just if I like those friends and I want to imagine what those friends procedural in, yeah, that would be the idea with the blend shapes, is set them up in Maya so that they have blend shapes, and those blend shapes would come straight into Unity, and it would just be driving blend shapes to morph them around. That's not a bad idea, except Maya kind of sucks for procedural things. I would maybe, that's kind of annoying no matter what I do, because then it's like, well, they need UVs, and how are the UVs going to distort, and you do all this stuff to them. It's a weird problem. The procedural is actually better for that, because then I can, as these things are like morphing and looking crazy, I can have more control over what a texture does when it's sitting on top of those things. It's hard. It's definitely, all this stuff is way easier if it's flat shapes. Because if it's like, where's our friends? The frequency doesn't count for this, although I think I know what to do with the frequency. But so many of the other parameters, when you don't have to worry about textures, they're much easier to deal with because I don't have to worry about texture stretching or anything like that. Like I have these arms grow. I could do those with blend shapes, but if they have textures on them, the textures are going to get distorted unless that's compensated for. I guess I could do like triplanar mapping on them as the textures animate, but then that looks crazy too. I know. Game dev madness. I kind of don't want them to be 3D. I kind of just want to be little friends, two-dimensional friends. Maybe if they're 2.5D, it will still look cool enough on those Looking Glass displays, but I really doubt it. Unfortunately, I really doubt it. Unless maybe I have like really subtle things going on with the normals. I just also don't know how to like fully adapt some of these things. Like how do the outlines work? Is that a strip of geometry that wraps around the edge? Does it have dimension that's separate from the edge? A little bit of ambient occlusion will look great. Well, I am making an exhibit for the Children's Museum, and there will be some kind of station, I think, that you author these little creatures. And I was thinking of using a looking glass for each of those stations, because I think it would just be kind of magical to have these weird 3D creatures magically before your eyes. So I think that adds to the magicalness a lot. But I think we need to just make a 3D version of one of these creatures, is I think what needs to happen. Like this building blind, like building tools without knowing exactly what the tools need to result in, I think is not serving me well at the moment. So what would that be like? I don't have substance or anything installed in this machine yet, but that's a solvable problem. I've also been going 2.5 hours today, and I know that's long enough for today. So if we look at our little friends, and we said, hey little friends, what would you look like if you were in 3D? Like if all of these just ended up being pieces of geometry that were extruded, what would that look like? Even if they were flat, even if they weren't even rounded, if they were just extruded and filleted, sort of. Oh man, I really don't like. I feel like Maya is especially bad at stuff like that. Extruding 3D text or 3D paths from Illustrator. Well, we could just build this guy and we don't need any paths. It's just some circles. And a torus. And then I don't know how to build that. If we get like bool, a smaller version out of the bigger version, would be one way to do that. Okay, well, let's play in Maya for a minute. And probably get discouraged because that's just what happens. That's what Maya does to me. We could try to do it in Fusion 360. Okay, wait. I wanted that back here. Come back. So let's just say, for example, tetrahedron is our lowest. Well, that's not the way to do it. Get out of here. What is this? Oh, polygon super shape option. Oh, that's, whoa, weird. Super shapes. There's super shapes in here? What? What? Why is this in Maya? What a weird thing. What is an ultra shape? So we built the super... What? What is an ultra shape? Well, that's not what we want. Okay, this is not what we're looking at. What we're looking for.
There are rules.
Shh. Get out of here. Okay, so that's super formula stuff. That's what we did last week. What is this? So that we did all the super shapes, but what is an ultra shape? Oh, maybe that's only about super shapes. What a weird thing. What a weird thing for Maya to have. Why do you have this, Maya? What is an ultra shape? And should I make one? Is this just a 3D super shape? Is that... Maybe we've already done all this. Okay. Well, that's super weird. Okay, how do I want to make the thing that I want to make then? Almost like that, and then fill up the edges. That worked great. You're doing a great job, Maya. What are you doing? Why would you think that's a good idea? Did you make bad geometry to start with? I don't really know how to fix this. There are actually like secretly more vertices here? No? Why? Why can't I? I mean, really, I want to do it for all of these, but not that. well, sure. The problem is I really want two different bevels. I want like a softer run on the outside and sharper on the inside. I don't really know how to get that. There's probably some very obvious way, but I don't know what it is. And that's kind of what I want bevel-wise, right? I lose my friend. Come back, small friend. Maybe I should extrude these. Maybe it will be actually less annoying. Because I could draw the curves. I'm not very good at that. But I'm obviously not very good at this either, so... Okay. We're off to a bad start. Am I crazy? That really seems like it should work. Why? Why would you make a tool? Why would you make a tool that didn't work, first of all? So it's fine that way. And then now, can I like fill this hole? Can I now try to bevel this edge? Doesn't seem like it. That seems like a thing. Also, why did you get rid of my selection? Oh, you know, how do you select an edge loop? Okay, that's that edge loop. Is this gonna work? Why does it work as two operations? Who can say? Who can say? Not me. Maya just works in mysterious ways. So that's maybe sharper than we really want. I also really don't know how I'm going to handle the rounding. You like make the shapes and bool them out and then do the fillets. I think that, I mean, that sounds kind of cool to me. Like these are inset in. Does that make sense? Like, if we booled this, Haribo. Wrong. The order matters, I believe. That. How did you do such a bad job? Is it because the bottoms aren't closed? Is that my problem? Is it my fault? Is it because I don't know what I'm doing? Probably. But there is such a thing as intuitive software. It exists. I've used it. And Maya, I think I'll never like you. Just feel like that day, it's hard to believe that day would ever come. Okay, that was actually okay. So, but I do want to keep a copy of this second one. Kind of, or do I care? Like, I could just inset this just a little. Would that look cool? I think it might look cool. I guess I can always adjust that floor later. Like, make that outer piece the border. Maybe. And then maybe we just do like a very slight fillet on these. Why do I have the feeling that Maya's not going to do this fillet properly? Why do I have this sneaking suspicion? It's not bad. Maya, I spoke too soon. You did fine. You did just fine. Okay. Like this. And now we essentially want to do the same thing with the eyeball, but it's just easier because it's just a regular cylinder, right? So that eyeball, we probably could have added more subdivisions to these, but oh well. Size-wise, 0.7? 0.65? I think it's funny if this eye sticks up a little further. That's not too bad. Is it too small? Okay, let's boolean. Really, I should have paid attention to that size, but I mean, that like the offset that we did for Boolean, I sure didn't though. I surely did not. So we'll just see how we do. Now we need one more cylinder. That's eyeball, pupil. It's too big. That was wrong number. Everything feels off. Like the stroke proportions, all of those things. I did a poor job. So we could do apply color. Maya's not smart enough to let me eyedrop her a color from anywhere. Is it? Oh, look at that. I'm sorry for insulting you, Maya. So let's hit this whole thing, and then this face. We won't keep these, but why is this color? Wait, inside here is a different color selection. If I click here and then click here, it gives me a different color selector. Okay, my ear. Whatever. The colors are wrong too, because I didn't like offset a radius or anything. Oh, that fillet. What is this geometry? Doesn't look harmful. I don't know why it's there. There's another random one over here, but seems okay. Oh yeah, that relationship sucks, huh? Because you can't just shrink it, because that shrunk the radiuses, and the radius actually needs to be the same. Oh, I got a pep talk. Who pepped? Draclin, thanks. I mean, I could probably do this with sub Ds here also, but I have to just do it the way I'm thinking about it. I mean, if I want the inset booleans, I would probably have to do something like that in Blender also. Well, that was weird. Oh, is that some sort of weird level that... Weird. Okay, so... Yeah, those radiuses are bad. Maybe I do... Oh, man. I feel like I want to regret this. I want to try to do it... extruding curves from Illustrator, so I can have consistent borders. I could try to just draw those curves here. I don't really want to. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I mean, this sort of geometric extrusion thing, I actually think is kind of cool, with a very slight fillet, and that would be easy to build, because you just build a perimeter and then go straight down from that perimeter. And figuring out the fillets are complicated, it turns out, for non-90 degree angles, but for 90 degree angles, they're real easy. So just something that was like... Something that was kind of like this. Like it just in terms of how the looking glass would work. Like very not organic, very geometric. Almost like they're machines. But maybe that would look okay. It wouldn't really make sense to make them out of clay or anything, but... Okay, I kind of want to just like take this through the process, but... And I feel like this approach is okay, except for that stupid radius. I'm deleting it all. Watch me delete it. That's how much I care. We could do... I feel like I even have trouble with Bezier curves in Maya for whatever reason. It's just like I can't do anything in Maya. I don't know why. That didn't snap either. Why not? Oh, that's not an equilateral triangle. I wish I could draw surfaces of a... I don't want an NURBS plane. I just want more... I want 2D shapes. I want 2D primitives. Why can't I have 2D primitives? I thought there were some. I guess there's just disc and quad. Those are polygonal. I can have a circle, and I can have not a circle. Those are my options. Is there a way to magically make this triangle equilateral? Wait, can I not? Oh, do I have to be in the Bezier tool to... What? I can't just select. Control vertex. No. Curve point. Why can't I grab the curve point? I think I just hate Maya. When am I gonna, like... Control vertex is giving me the tangent. Okay, now it suddenly works. Snap to grid is not snapping to grid for some reason. No, that would be U, X. Is there some good whole number equilateral triangle? Three, four, five. Is a 3, 4, 5 triangle equilateral? Opening Illustrator. Maybe I'll find it. Maybe I should use Modo or something. It's been a long time since I tried Modo. I feel like Maya, there's just something about Maya that I will never understand. I don't know exactly why or what it is, but I hate it. I just don't think it's a good program. I don't think Illustrator is a very good program. It's an okay program. I feel like if you understand the tools in Illustrator, you can do anything. I feel like in Maya, of course people use Maya, and of course they get it, but just for some reason, I have such a tremendous mental block when it comes to using Maya. I don't quite know what my problem is. Maybe it's impatience. Maybe it's because in so many other tools, I know just how to get what I want. Like it's very easy for me to say in any number of other tools, just imagine a thing and I can have that thing. I feel like anytime I try to do that in Maya, I suffer. There's suffering. Of course, Illustrator's stupid and doesn't align things very well and is dumb, so I can't actually center this, even though I want to center it. It won't center it like a triangle should be centered. It'll center it in a dumb way, but we'll just live with that. Is it time to try to learn Blender again? I feel like I tried to learn Blender a few years ago, and I was offended by how bad the interface was. Like I felt like the user experience was just so wrong. Like it was made by humans who'd never used a computer before. Okay, so what would we need to do here if we wanted to extrude these curves? We would want to... We'd have to expand all this stuff. Maybe I should try it. It's very different now. I hear that. Maybe it's time. It's embarrassing to me how bad I am at Maya. Just after there's like, I haven't used it every day for 10 years, but I've used it off and on for a real long time. I feel like the gain of the camera got messed up again. I don't know why that happens. Okay, so we have some paths that we're going to try to extrude. And it's probably not going to go very well because nothing goes very well in Maya. Even though it seems like, oh yeah, you're going to extrude some paths, no problem. Easy. What could be easier than extruding a few simple vector shapes? But it's definitely going to go wrong. So the first thing we need to do is make sure we save in a format that's 1,000 years old, so that Maya can use it. Yeah, Illustrator 2020 probably need to be more like Illustrator 10. Like, make sure we use a version that's 15 years old. Okay, how do we do this? We can, is it import? I don't remember. No, it's create Illustrator object. And then we need failed to create bevel output. Okay, why? Unable to import, require an Adobe. Okay, can't have compression on the save. Of course not. Who would do such a foolish thing? Did I say there was compression? Don't use compression. Okay, of course not. Don't use compression. Make sure it's a version from 10 years ago. And, okay. Create Illustrator object. Curves. Wow! What? I mean, I recognize some of these things. In fact, I think I recognize all these things. But this is where you put them? Okay. Maybe that version of Illustrator was too old? Maybe we could be more like, maybe it was too new. Maybe it should be Illustrator 8. Okay, create an Illustrator object. This is bringing a bevel, but maybe I actually want to bring in the curves. Okay, let's try this. Why not? Curve 2 is not inside the previous curve. Group these curves appropriately. What? Nothing's grouped. Okay, let's try to make curves. Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Okay, I don't know why that's where you put them, but so if I want to extrude a curve, I forgot how to do it. Is it just the normal extrude? I think it isn't. That's the bevel, okay. We got a bevelly curve. Look at that curve. Look how bevelly it is. Okay, this is where I feel like we're gonna start screwing up. Because there's, one of these curves is inside the other, so I wanna bevel this. Whoa, it actually worked. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that worked. I magically selected it the right way on the first try. Unbelievable. There's another curve up here that nobody knows what it's for. These two curves are this. Okay. What is that? What is that? I feel like we're missing a critical curve here. It's that one. Okay, bevel this. Okay. So aside from that mystery curve that no one understands where or why it came from. So if we take these and we hit the wrong button and accidentally keyframe them, take all these. Wait, no. Ugh. Edit. Okay, delete all the channels because I keyframed them somehow. And edit, delete all by type history. Okay. Good for us. Oh, shoot. Wrong. I shouldn't have deleted that history. Because I need to change my bevel depth on everything. So extrude difference distance 1? No? Was that you? Okay. We'll just make them all the same depth, but then just adjust them in space however we choose. That's a nightmare. Kind of like it though. Okay, and then just pull this friend forward a little more. Thank you, Wash. I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out for a while. Okay. We've made something. I'm pretty proud of us. But these two outer pieces, is it you? That's you. That's you. That's you. I actually want those. I want the eyeball to stick out a little bit. And I actually want... Oh. Wait, we are missing a curve. It's this one. This guy. Maybe this is the secret. Maybe this was the secret all along, is not to not worry about geometry. And just leave them kind of polygonal and weird. I feel like I can write something that will make things like this. I feel pretty good about that. Like, the bevels are so little. Speaking of the bevels, we only need to really bevel a couple of these. One of them is this. I don't really like that it's blowing these up, but oh well. I know there's ways to fix that, but I don't remember what they are, and I also don't care enough to try to find out. Okay, we've got this guy. I think we need more curvies, but I don't remember how to do that. Like more smoothness along those two curves. Like the interpolation along the curve, in other words. So yeah, count. We'll just make it a lot. That seems adequately curvy, right? I don't want to snap it inside there. I guess I could actually snap it if I wanted to. Okay, you and you and you. That's wrong. I want you out more than that. Maybe like... Okay. Now we can, for no real reason other than why not, do some of this. And again, be confused by why there are different color selection tools. So this, I don't know, man. If I click here and then click here, I get a selection tool that lets me click out there. But only if I click here. That other eyedropper doesn't do it. Is that the color? That doesn't really look like that color at all, does it? But it appears to be. Must just be the light hitting it. Okay, so we made this little creep. So what do we want to do with this creep? I kind of want to take this creep. Oh, yes, shoot. What? Okay, here's the problem with this style, though. I guess I could figure out how to do it procedurally. I think I could figure it out. I could figure out how to do it procedurally. The problem with this style is what would make it look good is ambient occlusion. So like little dustiness in the corner is what would make this actually kind of appealing. Wait. If that's out here, what's this color? Why do I have two bodies? Oh, that was the wrong thing. Shoot. Oh, I moved the body. I'm doomed. Hide. Okay. Are you the body? Yes. Yeah, the thing that... Okay. So there's ways to fake ambient occlusion. I could bake it into the vertices in the mesh, so like have like a little strip inside here that had some color to it. That'd be pretty annoying, but it would be a way to do it. Hi, it's me. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, let's see. Let's export selection and say something like desktop. Creature, FPS. So I don't have Substance installed. So what am I gonna do? Panic? Probably. Yes, I accept all. I accept all of your cookies. Products. How do I log in? Just let me have the thing that I paid for, please. This menu is a disaster. Is it because my window is slightly smaller so it thinks I'm on a mobile device? Whew, oh boy. Kind of forgot Adobe bought them. I wonder if it's going to be end up part of the Creative Suite. I don't have to pay for it separately after already paying too much. I hope I still have a valid subscription. Yes, I do. Okay, well, let me have it. Please. Let me download your software that I pay you for. Thanks. Okay, while this downloads for a few short minutes, I will take a short break and get a drink of water and be back very soon. Please excuse me. Sometimes the shades move like there's a spooky ghost in here. There might be a spooky ghost in here. Okay, we have finished downloading this. And I'm gonna install it on this computing device. I think I killed the bitrate for a minute by saving the Maya file and just uploading one file broke the bitrate because my internet connection here, maybe not the best internet connection on earth, but you know, you work with what you got. Thanks for watching this. Watching this progress bar, it's very exciting. You are all missing out on this progress bar. Wow, look at it. It's green. It's got kind of like lasers flying across it. You know, there was a time when it's funny, when I was like learning motion graphics and getting into it in undergrad. I can't remember the exact time for this, but let's say it's 15 to 10 years ago. And I remember like understanding, okay, I know how to animate things, I got it for sure. And then starting to get into real-time stuff in Unity. And did I install the wrong thing? That's not what I meant to install at all. Did I accidentally install Substance Alchemist, thinking I was downloading Substance Painter? I sure did. Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay, let's start downloading Substance Painter. I pushed the first button that happened that I saw, and I messed up. Okay, so let's, well, okay. While we wait for that, we may not even actually want it in here. In Unity, I mean. But just, like we might just do an iRay render or something in Substance. But just in case we do want our little buddy in here, let's put our little buddy in here. Yeah, the UV thing is cool. I just don't know what to do with it. Whatever I did there, I probably didn't actually want to save it. But live and learn, I guess. Okay, our creature, we have a very small creature. Well, I wasn't really paying attention to scale. Maybe that's my fault. Huge creature. Just tremendous. Also, the position in space is bad, so we really should fix that. Doesn't really matter that much. But it's kind of annoying. Yeah, because I would prefer. Okay, the creature does not need to be this good. First of all, don't be silly. Second of all, the creature's facing the wrong way. Typical. Third of all, do I actually want to fix that? I think I do. But I already closed Maya. Okay. So we're never gonna find that again. I found it. We want to do what? I guess really all these things truly are centered. Oh, but don't. So we want to like center pivot on all of them. What if that's true? Why does software insist on showing my email address all over the place? It is so infuriating. I know my email address. I've known it for a long time. You don't need to show it on the screen at all times. Why? Why? Okay, that was almost correct, but I don't want to do Z. I want to keep my Z. If possible. Like, what do you gain, Autodesk, by showing my email address on the screen? That's not helpful to me. It's irritating. Okay, but that sucks because the relative position of these things. Okay. How do we move all these inside here? And then move this to 0, 0. And then move them back out. I kind of want to freeze your transformations, but I really only want to freeze X, Y. You know? So there's not dumb translations on all these. Because if I want to move that eyeball around in Unity, which I probably want to do. Not crazy about this. Okay, now export selection. Software makes me so cranky. Actually. Well, the police siren outside really meshed with the music there for a second. Kind of nice. Oh, the world synchronized for a moment. Okay. Hello, friend. Really up close and personal. Okay. Substance Painter. You can install now. We have no colors here because those are vertex colors, and by default, the Unity shaders don't show vertex colors. Easy to do in unlit, but for these lit ones, I don't know if there's actually a way to do that. We can make a shader graph shader that did it if we wanted to. But I don't think we want to. I think we just want to try to do that in Painter. I think. Because I think we can just bake a map from the vertex colors, bake ambient occlusion, maybe throw some other weird texture on it. Maybe. Generating the UVs of these things, since it's mostly planar and there's just like little parts that you see on edge, probably wouldn't worry that much about it. I have to think about that. Like, how much would we really care about distortion of those UVs? Probably not very much. And if we always thought of it in kind of these terms, yeah, I don't know. The perimeter thing, building these sort of extruded borders. Yeah, the UVs on these get a little bit tricky, but not totally insane. Assuming that we do it all procedurally, which why? I mean, it's funny because it's sort of like you look at it and you're like, well, why do this procedurally? Just generate a bunch of assets, find an easy way to generate all the assets. But if we want to have like easily tweakable things to watch them tweak and animate, you kind of want to be able to distort them. Yeah, that's hard. It's a little hard. I don't exactly know how to handle that. I did just have an idea though for claymation-like things. Rather than worrying about the texture nicely doing whatever, like every frame that, even if the formation is changing in a smooth way, which it probably wouldn't in a lot of cases. Oh, sorry. I gotta log into this. Then you just make it pop. Just deliberately have it pop, because claymation pops. Not that this is going to be made of claymation, but I think that's an aesthetic that's okay. Just like as you're changing something, every time you change it, the surface warps a little bit like it's a handmade thing. Maybe I think that's true. Are you not going to let me... Definitely had activation problems in the past with these Substance products. Okay, so let's do a new file and do all our stuff and pick our friend. Am I forgetting some critical thing here? I don't think so. Okay. Welcome back. What food did you get, Wash? Okay, so we want to start by probably baking some maps. There's no UVs on these. Okay, first, there's a new tool in here actually. I'm glad I forgot to do this because I want to make UVs. Because there's a new thing. How do we do that new thing? I've yet to use this, but I'm kind of jazzed about it. So if I were the auto UV tool, maybe that's a thing that happens when you create a project. Auto unwrap. Yeah, okay. So did you do that? Because it sure doesn't look like it you did. It looks like a nightmare. It looks like a mess. Okay, let's try this again. Unity. Wait, what am I supposed to use? I don't want high definition render pipeline. I just want regular old uni. Metallic roughness? What? I thought it was smoothness. Why is there not... The only one in here is called Unity is for HT render pipeline, which is not what I want. So is it just like regular old... This? PBR metallic roughness? So I want to do the auto unwrap. Look at those UVs. Whoa, those are terrible UVs. Those can't possibly really be the UVs for this. What? Ha. Okay, those are the borders, but where's like... I could have deleted the backsides of everything and had less geometry here. That might have been better. But where is the... Like this whole face, it's just like, nah. No thanks. I mean, it's kind of an important face. You did okay on everything else, but like, I'm gonna say that was a pretty critical face. So, nice try. That didn't go well. Oh, interesting. Dutch poutine. Or non-Dutch poutine? Non-poutine? Something poutine-esque? So, okay, I have a number of problems here. One, these backsides are all a waste. Okay, we need to sort of redo this. Because I have some thoughts now. Let's try to do a better job. Okay, one way to do a better job. Oh man, everything's probably bad. Probably. Like, I don't know if I kind of doubt it's going to let me get away with what I need to do. So one thing is going to be... I must have deleted history for all of these? I didn't think that I did. Well, shoot. So we got to kind of go through the process again. So am I looking at the back of this? Cap at start. Do we actually think this is the front? Maybe we do. Okay. So we don't want to cap at the start, and we don't want to bevel, or at the end. So that's fine. Be a little more thoughtful. Why do I keep forgetting where that button is? The button that's right in front of my face. Okay, that seems bad though, because the normals seem backwards. So I don't know why that one in particular. The normals want to be backwards, but in fact, are the normals also backwards for this border? I think so. Oof. Well, now I'm getting definitely super confused. So change all these to be at least one. I think we didn't really want to... Okay, I'm confusing myself yet again. Okay, let's try this again. We want to bevel this, right? That's so much to ask. Bevel this. We want that bevel. Let's make it real deep so we can see what's going on. Cap only at the beginning. Normals all look fine. Everybody looks fine. Everybody's happy. Okay. Next is it because of the order that I selected those? Okay, weirdly, it does seem to matter the order I select them in. And this no cap at the end will also make you super deep. Okay. That seems okay. This is these two. Bevel. Oh, I must have done them in the wrong order. These two? I mean, I just guessed correctly last time. Kind of seems that way. Okay. And then we decided this needed more resolution. I don't really want the depth. To have more resolution. Kind of no reason for that, but oh well. Okay. So this is all fine so far. However, this guy somehow is backwards. Yeah, just for some reason. Oh no, where did you go? Okay. I'm kind of guessing the same thing's going to happen here. No, that one's fine. What a weird thing. So your bevel, no, it is wrong. Okay. 5 deep. And you're just going to have 180 degree rotation. Okay. So this is everything just where it is. So let's go through center pivot on all these, which is actually not correct for the triangle, but let's ignore that for the moment. That's the pupil. That's the eye border. Body border. The eye or the body? That's the eye. That's the eye. That's the body. So the eye and the body don't actually need very much depth at all. Right? And all these other things, that's not really hurting anything to give them extra. I guess really, maybe the eye border is like 2. And the body border is a lot, and the pupil is like 2. There's really more than we need. Maybe it's really 1. I mean, if we really cared, we could be very careful about not overlapping things and on, but I think it actually matters that much. Just remembered another project that I need to be working on that has a ton of Maya work to do, and it just stressed me out to think about it. That's not you. We need eyeball. Okay, that's probably fine. No, I want all of this stuff out more. Or maybe I don't, because that's as deep as I made it. It's a lot of work for a real simple thing, but at least we're figuring out techniques, I guess. Okay, and now another thing that needs to happen is let's do the UVs here, because that can't believe how mostly those UVs were fine, except for the part where it was just like, yeah, we're just not going to make these. Excuse me? Connected by their interior edges. What are you talking about? Okay, and maybe we need to like delete history on the... Oh, don't crash, Maya, please. You were doing just fine. Maya, don't crash. I haven't saved. Come on, Maya. You're doing fine. Look, everything's fine. You're doing so fine. Oh, Maya, come on. No, you're doing fine. You did it. Oh, man. I don't think I saved after doing the stuff I just did. Does Maya hate me? Is that the problem here? It's like go to another program and come back and be like, hey Maya, what's up? Yeah, Maya's crashed. I'm just gonna go ahead and bet that it doesn't like nicely auto recover in some way. Just okay, you really aren't coming back, Maya. No. That's a bummer. Maybe I muscle memory hit save, but I don't think I did. Yeah, Maya, you're supposed to say like, hey, you lost something. Do you want to open it? That's not cool. That's really lame. Yeah, all that work was lost. All that work's gone. So that's super cool, Maya. Thanks for that. That's very frustrating. I'm frustrated by that. Because there were a lot of dumb things that we had to just fix. Had to fix. And that was a tedious process to go through. Oh well. Oh, we're getting real good at this. This particular set of operations, I guess. Okay. Save. We got weird holes and things. That's fine. So, okay, these are weirdos. Eyeball, weirdo. No reason. These really don't need any thickness. These don't even need a bevel, actually. They need a cap. Let's rethink this for a second. We need a cap, but we don't need a bevel. We'll just put it at the end. Who cares? Who cares? Why? Why didn't that work? Try it again. That's you. Did I not just do that to this? With only a cap. And no bevel. Extrude distance of 1. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, Maya, anything you say. So, I don't like that pivot there. I don't like that pivot. It's okay. Okay. Cool. Are we cool now? Let's duplicate these. Hide all this stuff. And oops. Is that not the... That was the eye shape, eye border. Getting pretty confused now. That must have been pupil. Is this the eye? What is this? You're the body. You're the pupil. Open the church, and there's all the... Here's the church. Okay, here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open it up, and there's all the people. Okay, Z depth 0? Okay, we'll just eyeball some. Eyeball, get it? Get it? You don't get it. Do I like that more inset like that? I think I don't. I think I actually like the... I mean the body border kind of in front, but I don't think I do. Okay, save. UVs. We just do them one at a time. Love it. That one wasn't so great. Automatic. Those are okay, but where's the cap? Where's the cap? That's the cap. I thought I did object mode. Okay. Why do you keep changing to be a face? These are not the most intentional UVs of all time, but I think they're okay. Now can I lay all these out? Why? Why can't I lay these out? I can lay them out individually, but I can't lay them all out? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, I must admit. Is it just because there's overlapping? But if that's so, who cares? Are we crashed again? Hit escape to cancel. Hitting escape. I just want them not on top of each other. Is that... Apparently that's too much to ask. Maybe now if I try the auto UVs it'll work. In Substance. I mean, normally I don't do stuff quite like this, but I could give them different materials, I guess. This just doesn't seem like it should be this hard. I feel like I do this all the time. Maybe I just don't have quite as much overlap, but I don't care. Okay, open a scene called this creature. Don't save this. Okay, it's you. It's you. Oh, it's you. I love GLaDOS. It's probably my favorite character in any video game ever. That might be true. Oh. It's you. Or is it, oh hello, it's you. Whatever it is, it's perfect. Perfectly delivered. Oh, a weird choice on how to do that. That one piece. Especially since the body doesn't really need any extrusion, but oh well. Okay, how do we want to lay these out? We could just merge all these. And then that's fine. But I don't want the eyeball in there. I want the eyeball movable. Could also probably give them different materials and it would be okay. Maybe that's what I do. It's like super not efficient, but body. This is a silly way to do this, but I just want to be done. Eye. Oh shoot. Body material. This is gonna be a terrible way to do this. I don't want to do this like this. This is a bad way to do this. I'll change my mind. Creature. I really don't understand why I can't just do this layout. I mean, I kind of think I know why it's breaking, but I don't, it's such a dumb reason that I don't even want to entertain the idea. So I could manually mush these around myself, I guess. I don't want to do that. Seems really not fun. Two going connected to the interior. What do you? It's just because they or the way they intersect. I really don't care. What is this? That's the pupil. That's that big eye. But it's like the creation's okay, but just the stacking is dumb. I might have to select that twice for it to work, but I do. Okay, so here's everything unstacky. I'm gonna go sit over here. That's it. Good job. I'm gonna do my big triangle. I don't know where to put it. Like this. I would have preferred to do that, like... Can I snap this? No? There's gotta be a way to snap it at the right angle. Right? At a right angle. It's real silly, but I guess it has to do. Okay. Okay. Adequate. Not good. Really annoying, in fact. So let's save it one more time. And I seriously can't just lay these out. You really won't do that for me. No. Whatever, man. We'll just call this good enough, I guess. This is a bad UV layout. I'm kicked out of UV college for this. I'll be kicked out of the UV Academy for this one. Okay, so you, reacher, save it, file, export selection. Where are we going? We're going to somewhere. Let's start here. Okay. That was like, just spent an hour trying to make that thing work that worked a long time ago because the UV tools were bad in 2 programs. Like the auto UV tools just wouldn't do the thing? I think so. Okay, you don't need to. You can use my UVs. I mean, I kind of want you to redo it, sort of. Okay, we brought in my absurdly bad UVs. The mesh is backwards for some amazing reason. It's also not at 0. Just forgot. Wait, that was the wrong thing. This is gonna be silly. Goodbye, friend. Where did you go? Okay, put everybody inside the eyeball. Inside the pupil. 0 the pupil. No. Take everybody out of the pupil. Everybody out of the pool. Freeze all these transformations. Good enough. Except maybe still backwards. Also, of course, how could I be so foolish as to try to call this creature material? Obviously. Why would I try to name 2 things with the same name? Okay, so I think this is the wrong way. Wait. Freeze, not reset. Okay, 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 are we really ready? Export the selection. Put it in the place. A lot of work for such a simple thing. But if I stopped making mistakes, it would probably be better. Or if I knew what I was doing. Might help. Maybe. We want a new thing, one of these, one of these, one of these. Okay. Discard it. Let's just try to let it do the UVs and see what happens. I think it's gonna not do a very good job, but let's just see. I wanted to do a good job. It got rid of that big, like, it did the same thing. It just got rid of a face. It just decided, like, nah, I don't like that face. So, I think we can't do that. Now the packing, we could recompute the packing maybe. That might be okay. Okay. No, where is that face again? That face, it just... Substance just doesn't... Substance just not into that face. I don't know why. Okay, well... Just don't do anything. Why that face? Also, why is our scales so dumb? I don't know. We also lost our colors again. Do we do that? Do we want to do that in Maya? I actually don't. I'm bothered by that. Like, why? And I'm bothered by basically every part of this process, but why did this decide it was so big? Like, why is that pupil so big? There's a thing for that. What is it? What is that? The texel size. So that could have something to do with, I don't really know. I don't really explain why it. It's so weird. Okay, where's our friend? Somewhere, like, where? In here? No, no, here. There's our friend. For all this trouble, we could have picked a more interesting shape one. I picked the simplest shape one because I thought that'd be the easiest to make. But now at this point, like, as annoying as it's been, we could have done any of these. Okay, let's just save before we do anything. Okay, so we want to apply a color. And this is actually the pupil color already. And then we want the eye color, maybe. And then we want this eye border color. And then we want a body color. Okay, friend, you look amazing. You look incredible. Never looked better. Okay, our UVs are broken again. But at least they're the right size, I guess. So we did this thing. We laid them all out. Now we need to go through each one again. Try to put them somewhere sane. Why are you stacked? Why is layout so crashy? That's not that many things. It's just dumb. Should I have actually gone? Maybe I needed to actually. I don't think so. It's 2020.1. I think it's the newest version. Why are you so crashy? It's 9 UV shells. This is not that hard. Why? Like the auto layout in Maya is just busted currently on Windows. I think I use some other tool. Although the tool I would be inclined to use is Substance, and its UV layout stuff is terrible. Seemingly. Like, just ignoring entire faces seems not cool. Okay. Like, we would have been done so long ago if this stuff would just not break. Right? Like, certainly I have some problems with my understanding of Maya, but I don't think that's what's really hurting us here. It's just breaking all the time. Put more subdivision on that chamfer. It's a chamfer instead of a fillet, but oh well. Okay, UV editing. We got the whole gang selected. And I feel like those are correct, like those sizes are correct. Now all I want is for you to not be on top of each other. But I don't want you to change the size when I lay out, is the thing. So if I do, can I, is the answer just no? There's just not a good way to do this? Feels real dumb. I'll put that circle in that circle though. That'll be fun. This is not fun. It's just dumb. There's no reason that this program shouldn't be able to do this. In fact, there's a button to do this very thing right there. It just crashes every time I do it. Or most times I do it, not even every time. You can go inside here. How about you, little friends? Oh well, let's have a nice meditative moment of manually laying out some UVs that are not very good to begin with. And that'll be fine. A little Zen UV garden. My beautiful UV garden. Just lovely. Just tremendous work. Good heavens, look what I've done here today. Okay. Now all this has to just fit in that little square. What square? In this square here? Kinda can't tell. Is it in here? Is it really in there? All right. He's very tiny. This is ridiculous that I'm even doing this. Well, it's ridiculous that I feel the need to do it. Like, that I'm in a position where it's like, well, I guess I'll lay these out. That's ridiculous. But the fact that I'm actually doing it, maybe even more ridiculous. Something doesn't feel right about this. But, there they are. Okay. Save it. File. Export for the 7,000th time. Something that should have been so easy that automatic tools should have done in a second. Like, how could this be a simpler piece of geometry? I guess I could have, like, maybe it's because of the depths of these extrudes and I should have gone in and snapped them so they didn't intersect. But really? That would really cause this much trouble? Maybe? It doesn't feel like it should, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it really is that hard. Okay, open for the 7 millionth time. Wrong. Make a new one for the 7 millionth time. Preacher. Okay. Why is this mesh over here? Why is it over there, and why is it shaped like that if that's not the border? Did I not do an export selection? Maybe? Maybe that's on me? Probably? Starts to get easy to make mistakes when you have to do something 42 times. Okay, we finally got it. Do we finally get it? I think we finally got it. Okay, what am I don't even know what I'm doing. Let's just push this button. Push this button. Was it worth it? Was it all worth it? We didn't get I thought we'd get color ID maps from our mesh colors. Yeah, our vertex colors. Vertex color, okay. So if we wanted to, we don't have to, if we wanted to, that color map looks pretty terrible. Why does it look so bad? It doesn't really look like our vertex colors. Eh. Okay, well, in our color channel, let's throw it in there. Okay. I guess it's right. Now it looks like a beautiful Dutch toy. And the ambient occlusion is really what is helping sell this to a large degree, in my opinion. Definitely got some yuckiness in these corners here, though. And maybe that doesn't matter. So really, we could have beveled those edges a little more. So the thing that would make this, the only thing that's going to make this, I mean, not the only thing, but a thing, I don't want to put this. Work in 3D. I mean, obviously it's got some 3D and it's got a little specularity that catches it, but I think it really wants some surface normals to make it look like something. Like grainy plastic. Gross. I mean, we just need a way higher frequency. We need a smart material. With our curvature map, we can get a little bit of distressing on those corners, but I wouldn't be able to do that easily real time. I mean, I probably could figure it out, but would not be super trivial. I just want to get a little something to it. It just might be not enough detail. Just that breaks the light up a little bit. I mean, not bad, but it doesn't. I mean, this does the job. It looks crazy. It does the job. This is filthy. I don't exactly know what the look is. That's why I'm just throwing stuff on here. Like, that breaks it up. It's just kind of not super attractive. But I guess this approach is growing on me a little bit. I will say that. Just the idea of making our creatures and then having them with this very deliberately extruded 2D aesthetic. We can have the aesthetic that we liked from the creatures, but this I think will still operate well in 3D, I think. I hope. I dream. These plastics aren't good. What if it's wood? Oh, an old ship hull. I mean, there's a trillion substances out in the world. Like, that's kind of charming. Painted wood looking weird little creatures. Okay, there's a possibility that this is going to crash everything when I go into iRay. So let's try to save things that we were working on. And do it. Maybe it'll be fine. Here we go. Like a nice wooden creature. That was a lot of work for. There's a way to snap the view. 3D failed training polygon. No ear found. Probably not a simple polygon. Oh. Should I have triangulated all of these meshes before I got here? The answer is probably yes. Okay. That could be part of my problem. I feel like when I'm iRaying my video, quality kind of went south. Okay. That is a real thing. Then that would be my fault for not triangulating these things, because, you know, Unity will do it, and I guess I wasn't really thinking of that. But it could be causing problems in Substance. So let's go back to Maya, which I just closed for the 7 trillionth time. And really, I shouldn't have deleted history on those. I would hope that when you created the caps that you could triangulate the caps, but that seems like a thing that didn't happen. So, okay. Turn that up. Recent files. What if I went to all my friends here and did a mesh triangle? It's a crazy mesh, but let's just go with it. And then we're going to export selection, and we're going to export selection to a place called this place. Yes. And let's also export selection to this other place. There's some hubris here, because I'm assuming that this is going to work, but like that, I'm not going to have to export it again. But take it. Take the hubris. Okay, so there is a way to swap a texture, or swap an FBX, but Substance really hates it when you do it. Project configuration, change the file. Substance hates this. Mesh values. Oh, I didn't calculate. My normals are weird. I got bad normals. Still have this weird little artifact here. Is that from the wood? No, it's just there. Ooh, those triangles. Okay, let's go back to Maya. Let's pick everything. And let's say mesh display with the normals set to face. And now let's file export yet again. Export selection to this one. File, export, selection. In fact, there's no reason for me to have two of these. Let's do this. Let's get rid of the one. This one, expired. You're out. And let's do a project configuration. And we'll change this. And we instead will go inside here. Oh, I feel great. Did I do the thing? This made a very exciting mesh. Residency study is there. Okay. I probably do actually need to rebake after I swap. Not excited about these new triangles that we've discovered. And we still have a weird artifact here. Why? I don't know. I don't know the answer. If we turn on our wood, it at least hides this triangle some. What else could we make this from? Bronze? Bronzy? Cool. Chrome? Really get those triangles. I love the chrome, actually. These like weird machined metal creatures. Kind of into it. Creature skin? Gross. What is this? Creature tongue. Disgusting. I'm a little interested in this metallic look. Kind of into it. All of these like smart material kinds of things would be really not easy to emulate. Carbon fiber creature. Yeah! Pure copper. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. So I think that there is something to the man, those triangles are a bummer. It was better before the triangles. Why did you tell me to triangulate? I mean, there's probably a way I could fix it. Almost surely. Probably just something wrong with the normals, but I just don't want to deal with it. If I can just do this. Yeah. Kind of want you rotated by 90 degrees though. It's very shiny. What is the... I'm pushing the wrong button. And we still get that weird little artifact there though. I don't... There's not anything... Is there something in the mesh? Oh, there's some UV seams there. So the UV seams... Well, okay. That's understandable because those seams are insane. So... Yeah, that's the thing we have to think about. If we're making UVs. Kind of a bummer that we end up with that issue. Is it because I'm too close somewhere? I mean, I feel like I've got a lot of room. It's got to be on one of these green strips. In fact, it looks like this. It looks like this weird little nub right here. It's in the color map. Yeah, I don't know why it baked it like that. It looks weird. Maybe there's some setting we could do. That's in our ID map. Maybe they just want me to be high res. That helped. Great. Okay. So we made this thing. What do we do? What do we do with this? I feel like iRay really tanks my video encode. Like, what do we... Is this just a study? Are we done here? I think we don't. I don't really want to see the environment. So, like, could we make this all procedurally? I really want that ground shadow. So the shadows are off, so there's no ground. It's like making me stop motion-y, or it appears to be on my end at least. What do we do with this? I mean, I kind of like it just as a thing. Pretty weird for this to be our only study. If we export it as is, it's not going to look as good, of course, because we're not eye-raying. But it could maybe look okay. Let's export some textures. Let's just see. Maybe we make it look around. I guess he's the right setting. Okay, back here. What are we doing? We got some textures now. Make a material. Been streaming for a while. 4.5 hours. Creature. Creature. And then creature gets... This isn't right. This is the wrong texture set. I'm confused because it didn't seem like there were... Where's the other Unity settings? Oh, now there's more. Unity Universal Window Pipeline Metallic Standard. How about that? That all we need? Okay. Albedo transparency, metallic smoothness, normal, fix the normal. That seems dark. Man, I want ambient occlusion though. The ambient occlusion is the key. So I can, for now, I can put it in the texture. I mean, in our texture export. Funny that it doesn't just give us that. So in the universal, there's an emission. Oh, there's no AO. Add a preset. How do I add another map? Create a grayscale. From ambient occlusion. All right, I have to duplicate it. Don't I? So I can have my version with ambient occlusion. I can't remember. So do mine. Did you make it? You didn't make it. Why didn't you make it? We picked the one that says AO. In this output template, those 5 output maps will be exported, but what am I doing wrong? Why am I not getting ambient occlusion? I said use you. We just want a grayscale image. I don't know actually if it's the gray channel or the alpha channel. Well, I was going to look and see if somebody else had it. But... Made A that time. I don't know if I made it correctly. Yes. So, like, we're cheating with an occlusion map. Like, you really can't see it that much. Seems way too subtle. But maybe I used the wrong thing. 5:30. Okay. I feel like that's really indifferent. All right. I guess we want this color. Oh, it's brighter somehow. You're doing a poor job, Unity, capturing this color. Color's complicated, so I can't fully blame you. Okay, what do we really want to do here? Anything? Something? Nothing? Kind of like him. Her. It. Oh my gosh, the eyeball. Okay, how far do we go on this? I've already been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. We could make a little animation with like a little block friends or bubbles rising up in the background. We could quickly make a bubble from the eyeball. and then have dude look around. And as dude looked around, dude could kind of tilt in the directions that seemed interesting. How would we want to do that? I want like some fake saccades. Not quite saccades. Or just like look. And we want the friend to rotate. Whoa. Really? Oh, what do we do? Or we just could render. We could just do a render. I'll meet you in the middle. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just do a nice walk up. That's the right shortcut. That's it. I'm gonna do this. It's gonna mess up my video encode, but the stream to Twitch is hopefully okay. Okay, but do we actually like this? Like, I really need better. Okay, that's not bad. What is this? Study 10 we're working on here? What we could do is just like be really silly and just cheat and just have a bunch of, make a sprite of this nice render that'll look nicer than what we could really reasonably do. I mean, it's not like a million miles apart. It's kind of far apart though. The harshness of the shadow is a big issue. And the ambient occlusion and the like nice GI bouncing effect. Like, we will not look this nice, but let's save a render. It's funny because I was just like, this is a creature, but it could also be one wing on a creature, sort of. Like we had that other creature that had sort of the shark tooth perimeter. Okay, I think I need to be done. So let's... Study 10. Let's just take a look at it, see what we think. Oh no, I did Dropbox. Oh no. I'm gonna kill the stream for a second. Oh, the background's transparent. Not my intention. So we want to zoom out a little bit. And we do want to show the background. How do we do that? Is that a save render option? No? Some cool post effects. I can't resist post effects. Why is my post effects not working? Because I didn't check the checkbox that says vignette. So now why isn't it working? Okay. Somewhere. I don't like how it's moved down slightly. This doesn't really matter. You also just take this transparent, just put the transparent render you have on a background that I like a little better. Also a very, very easy thing to do. Okay. Yeah, sure doesn't look as good here. To really think about ways to do that. We could like fake it a little, but it would be a little tricky. I don't think we'll fake it that well. I think our fake will be it's not the worst, just on white. Kind of gradient background. The basics. Can I? Turn on a flip button. I just have to do it. Close your background. I kind of want to make like a little weird arrangement of them, but if I did that, oh man, we wouldn't have the nice render. Like the lighting, the light wouldn't be hitting from the right place if I did, if I cheated and just like duplicated these. Why are you? What alt constrained? Okay. You know, I just. I'm really struggling with my Photoshop shortcuts for some reason. What? Okay, great. Now, let's make some weird little arrangement with the lighting would all be insane. But maybe no one would notice. Like, you could almost ignore that the lighting's insane and wrong. Almost. How would I easily rotate this an arbitrary amount? I don't actually know. Can't do like the Illustrator thing where you just how would one do that in Photoshop? No, you can't. Double click the rotate tool. I don't know what the rotate tool is. That's the rotate view tool. That's what I want. Maybe you can't do that thing? Oy. Well, do an Illustrator easily enough. Keep getting lost. I'm getting tired. Okay, there's like this thing. We take this thing. And we do what? We make it like... First, while we're here, we'll get... Excuse me? Why won't you snap to the center here? Cool. Filtrator's too dumb to do that. We have to snap to a corner instead, because it's too hard to snap to the center. That's not the center. Okay, great. So now if we did something that was like this. Wait, what? 60? That line not actually in the middle? It's not, is it? This is a square. Why is this not in the center? Am I just losing my mind? Maybe the dimensions of this are wrong. That's possible. No, 540. Everything's wrong. Amazing. Oh, because that's not right. This should be 540, 540. Of course. Okay. Again. This appears to make more sense. Why is the rotate tool not working? Click this. That didn't snap. $60? Okay, almost. Just too close. Not too close. It's pretty weird. Very fake. I kind of want to like do it again. How would you line that up? You have to line this up. The lighting flips, but it's in the same place. which is weird. This presentation that starts to get into sort of Pacific Northwest indigenous art. I forget what the term is for that particular kind of art. But I really like it. Something line. Oh. Just do this all the way around. Kind of like just these three little fruit loops here. We need some artboards. There's a trick for this. What is the cool trick for this? We had to like generate a bunch of artboards. I kind of just have like a weird cellular, not exactly cellular growth thing, but something sort of like cellular growth. So our first one would just be one friend. I can't select just one friend. And I think the second one is like the elevator button. This friend. I'll do it like that. This artboard. What did this artboard? Struggling with shortcuts today. Don't exactly know why. Sometimes are bad shortcut days. Then we have this, and then we have this whole circle. For some reason. I don't even know. People are going to think this is like a scrambled egg on top of a plate or something. I don't know. I don't know why. But this is what we have. I don't know. I want all of these to not be references though. It does? Oh, look at these change artwork. I don't know what this is, but here it is. I think I had one more thing I wanted to do. What was it? Oh yeah, it was the this. I want this file to be embedded instead. But was it not smart enough to do that? That they're all the same? All the same image? These are all the same image, you dummy. You don't need to relink these individually. They're the same image. They're the same. They're all the same. Are you that dumb? You might be. I kind of feel like it was that dumb, but whatever. Okay. Well, we made whatever this is. We did this. Took a long time. We thought through some things. It's an aesthetic. It's towards an aesthetic that I like. We can't reasonably get this lighting probably this nice if we build all this stuff real time, but like there's something to it, and will hopefully look interesting on the looking glass. Okay, so we want to asset export artboards. Okay, the lighting's absurd, but we don't have to talk about that. Okay, how do I do this? How do I export these? Can I? extra for screens, artboards. Put them somewhere good. The anti-aliasing is not great on that last guy. It's okay. Okay, well, we made some little creeps. For whatever that's worth. Our little, there's our original friend. I lost something in the colors somewhere. Somewhere along the way. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Scary. It's staring right at me. What did we learn today? Okay, we did we had the prep for our presentation for the morning, so that's good. Any changes to this? Yes. We tried out this extruded. We messed with that thing, that one thing. You know, that thing. The normals thing for a while. But I think this like really geometric extrude, I think I'm into it. In fact, I think I'm into it enough to say that these are either that or they're not. They don't exist. And I don't think it would be too hard to build that geometry. I think that geometry is not that hard. Especially if we did it just like here where the edges are just chamfered instead of beveled. We could get fancy in building. The UVs get a little weird, but not crazy weird. They get a little weird, but not offensively weird. And how do we do it? How do we do the UVs? We make them big long strips. Yeah, we can do that. They're just big strips. Or maybe they're strips divided at quarters and then stretched out, and then the top is divided into quarters and it's stretched out. I think that works. I think we can make those UVs. Okay, I am done. Thanks to everybody who stopped by. Draclin, Wash, I don't even know who else stopped by. Anyway, thanks for everybody who stopped by. Thanks for everybody who's watching at the moment. Thanks to anybody who's watching this on YouTube. Thanks, just everybody. Thanks. We'll stream again tomorrow, and I will see you then. Bye.